I don't know if I want to thrust poor Gabe into the center of this.
He's not here.
We haven't,
Okay.
we haven't heard from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's smart.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to get involved in this.
The first time ever.
Yeah.
That's so
The
funny.
first Friday, he's a no-show.
I have a different palate cleanser since Gabe is in here. We got a puppy. This is Rocky. This is Lena's puppy.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah.
cute. He's so sweet.
I'm playing with Rocky today.
You've had him for one day?
One day, yeah.
And
Why are you so cute?
how did he do last night?
It was a long night, but his cuteness made up for it. I didn't sleep last night at all.
Jesus.
Yeah.
How come you didn't sleep?
I think it was him combined with today's episode.
Nervous, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Also, you usually don't sleep anyway, right? On top of all that.
As I grow older, I sleep more.
You've been sleeping more? That's
I
good.
mean, still not great, but more than I was.
He's so sweet. You guys are going to love that dog. That dog is going to improve your life, man.
Yeah.
It's going to make you guys...
It's awesome. Lena's never had a puppy before, so she's going through it for the first time.
You know, it's a really wonderful step towards like having a kid together. And I know that sounds maybe silly, but having a puppy from like 4 months old, I think you said he is,
Yeah.
it's pretty serious business. And it takes like a commitment of two people working together to love this one beautiful creature that you all love more than anything in this world.
Yeah.
You're about to spend a lot of money on dog chews because you love him so much.
And carpet cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Yes.
those freaking pizzle sticks. You looked into those yet, AB? Mm-mm. Oh, they love those. It's like $60 for a pack of that shit.
Yesterday I took him to the pet store and I just was like buying stuff off the shelf. I don't know what the total was. I was holding him with one hand and just buying like basic stuff.
Dog.
Yeah. And I
Dog?
surprised Lena when she came home yesterday.
Well, we're all very happy for you, AB.
She insisted on a Yorkie because
I love that.
Yeah. I think Ducky's the first dog she's been around since he was a baby.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Well, good choice. I love Yorkies. They're so loyal. They're so smart. They're so loving. They're crazy.
Very cute.
Although he looks chill.
Yeah,
He's been very chill.
hasn't
I haven't heard him
barked.
bark or anything
Yeah.
all morning.
Well, is he queued up?
Huh?
Is Hasan in the room?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dog.
Is the dog queued up?
The dog's ready
Yes,
to go.
he is in the waiting room. Would we like to begin?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the dog's gonna argue
All right,
with Kaya.
stand by. Stand by, stand by.
I'm afraid to introduce Ducky because he's so intense.
Yeah.
I gotta let your dog grow a little bit.
Yeah. It's not gonna be long before I feel like we're gonna have a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a second
Yep.
puppy.
Yep.
Live.
All right, folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's
Yeah.
output here.
If you want-
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's gonna
Hasan,
be too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can
I
switch
mean-
your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very
but
hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
Sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that.
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the
interviewing
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. We've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. It was unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. No. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
good.
thoroughly.
All right.
Do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me.
Yes.
What my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any,
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever, yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow, God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
I am
CPS.
victim to the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that sort of thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's Content Cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his Content Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my coverage... And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that...
No. Not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself... Rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have...
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around...
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to... You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers... ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it, but yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah. Of course, you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah,
such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that iDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups.
True.
Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish... Let me finish my point, Hasan.
I'm going to let you finish that. I'm going to let you ask the question.
Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yes. Microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is. And that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I know,
right? It's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism.
That's not what I'm saying.
You got me.
Do that.
Yes, you did. Ethan, you literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should he leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh. Thank you.
And by the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you
clarifying.
going to
My
tell
bad.
black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who
Do
are you to
understand
say that to me? You
that's the
pose
point
with
of
the
contention
swastika.
here. You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me
Is
see the
it?
swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
drew on
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right,
swastika,
that's cool.
a tasteless
I'm
joke
just making sure.
on
Okay,
iDubbbz
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck
so you
no,
know it's
they
not
know
a
that
swastika,
looks
but
like
you
a
keep calling it
swastika.
a swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandished
that only,
what I.
Do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating
and,
on
he left
the
it up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this a
don't need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next
iDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not accusing
in his
you of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't have a
if
problem
you could go
telling
back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then
totally
we don't
agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
I have a. Can I? Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
go ahead.
Audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
my
audio.
audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
if you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening right now.
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video. This is not going to be a gotcha moment
for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on.
The video
Palestine
as well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free. But that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not. It's not even my opinion. I can have a disagreement
with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
He doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
you spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think
I can care about two things, my friend?
Incredibly narrow framework
very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hasan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense?
Don't make me take it back. All right, let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good. Let me ask you a
the
question.
Cracker ban that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't.
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive
Jewish?
fucking... What?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead.
on.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. This is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb.
So why is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
why is Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hasan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call
I'm not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can do,
enough.
but this is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
So
By the way, you think that my criticism is that
he
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even
said,
though I love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember what you told her, son?
Significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list. Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this.
What is it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know it's
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me, are in the F tier.
On the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know.
What's
It's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish
this is
man
a cosmic
in the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move
on the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
and you're having
everywhere.
a really hard time.
These are just cosmic mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
yes,
of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around with swastikas and doing careless with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
and I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch,
But once again,
man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like, you can't make a decision. It
From,
sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask,
sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw, I'm not them. I mean, it's...
I mean, I don't know what... You're asking me what their genuine decision-making is.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love
I don't think you're
to
going to like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation. Mm-hmm. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott. Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure
you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bang.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti...
Point.
Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions. And let's address
No.
What you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Mm-hmm. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, what? always everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's not worry about that.
Sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said, I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because, no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I don't. I only
in the
see
waiting
like
room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
That's
you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah, so you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my
sure does,
end.
buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why you guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens,
yes,
on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
2 days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You did. You went back and forth. I have actually went back and checked
you on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
you're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
List, is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
you're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
up. It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
This dude up. It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
That person is not a fan of mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Wait.
All right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
Approaching you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my hero, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why.
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing when I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
again? He was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know, I'm fucked.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also
you're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
There.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I mean, I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his podcast, for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in... I believe in, in one of your videos.
I lied about him being a fan
of mine, and I was sending harassment your way.
Yes, very good.
Don't you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think because no, you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hasan fan comes up to you,
and you, wants the cloud chase, and you turn around. And you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending
hate
your way.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
No, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out. What? You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
Okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous," it seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. Yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Took credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, working with partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I do not work with the ADL
for these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got nothing to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't. Okay, think
you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then for Mr. Precise Words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
In saying that,
it was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
that's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
bro? You are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you meant.
Demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
Even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well, they attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
Do I know who? Silly.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Well, do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a reason they call him token,
and then the
my
ADL
friend.
Actually reacted.
You spend time being a token, you're going to get spent.
But it was just silly. Fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox them.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I am.
I don't believe you.
And they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the receiving end of an insane fucking harassment
I can have a more normal conversation with them than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that...
They would most likely laugh at all of this.
Just to recap here, so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part of your shtick, Hasan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that...
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel Palestine, please?
Very quick.
I
just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
And making these
you're doing the
that
thing
I
that I'm so critical of you on.
Partnering with the ADL. And
you says, so just to put a cap on this and we'll move on. You said I am, quote, partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern...
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't.
the
Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus's
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with
in
the ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question.
Right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
received
case? What I said or what I claim? No,
your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
We
of
can
the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that
who
harass
are
me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. That's
kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience. Your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
there you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
You literally think
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's
whistle?
not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well. All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to, worked with, talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
it is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have direct correspondence with Dan Saltman? Is this what you do
whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community. I don't really
fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's a good person to align with?
I'm not endorsing him.
You now openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information from him.
Have you ever spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you go.
I speak to people I don't endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talk to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah.
Also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half
to admit. but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
what have we disagreed on?
The December
what have we disagreed
on?
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree on?
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here?
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name
use
is Hila,
that
by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why don't you say
fine.
that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said, no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way?
I'll be honest with you. I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other people. I mean, that's a little silly
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Hold on, I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Cherry act.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that there is one instance in captivity. Did you put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my
You're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend itself.
I'm not giggling. I'm sure are. Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas do?
Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
I'm not exactly
violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
Women and girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is
men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pics or it didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay. So let's talk about it. You did actually... I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance
in
captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan. Please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
Whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course, I remember you do that.
Assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
through this. Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs
credible
rape kits.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account, it's two accounts, but the rest
there's
of
way more than two accounts. Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution...
Show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't... wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent the
Swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Getz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the
Israeli
pro-rape
a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you
had
find it
a
interesting?
January
There's something that
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
here's a victim
one that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from. I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I knew
kind
exactly
of?
what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
I was
Listen to what she has
utterly
to say,
helpless.
Hassan.
When the assault was over-
Hassan, don't
disagree with
silence
this.
her.
You
Let her fucking
literally
talk.
Was it even allowed
No,
to-
because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning
everybody's
my
lying,
acknowledgement
that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's
Ethan,
ever happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
cry
Ethan,
or to be
you
sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the person who had
my
just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're
We were held
you're
in such
Show
inhuman
respect, bro.
conditions.
brother. That is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull the
such brutal
fucking
and
plug on this.
ruthless
Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of
a
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man
in the
who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas on
from
October
your
7th
context nuke,
has
in
revealed for the
video
first
that you
time
showed
how he was spat
from
on
your
and
context
humiliated
nuke.
as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing
Bro,
a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes
Listen,
happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
or
yeah. Ethan,
Are you
in the
denying
beginning,
that?
You said,
And each-
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
there's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked
Oct-
at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you have
That was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma of
understand.
the victim.
If there are
Just
victims,
because you need your heroes.
say
You know what?
believe women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I mean, I
let's
gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I just
captivity
showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
what?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
Four survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hassan. Report
Do you
follows
feel-
earlier
Wait,
testimony
wait,
from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. on Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person
you know
was
that
sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no
so then
reason to believe that they are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
this is so
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you
saying
you okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay, and if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay, no, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read 4 first.
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I
mean
don't
that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave firsthand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
There has
happen.
been no justice for these victims
Pixar
in
didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
I'm cracking open a root
ruined.
beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way
For
to
firsthand-
actually.
are you
there is no
actually
way
like-
to actually bring justice to these victims? Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you
because
listening?
You think
4 firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
let's.
what
You know
I'm
what?
giving
Let's,
you
you're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hasan? You're
office
right. Let's
own
err on the side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims
lying.
then, why are
Let's
there-
err
why
on the
have
side.
they
No,
not-
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious.
while
Most of this
previous
shit
reporting-
happened. Were killed,
while
and it's a
previous
religious.
reporting came
It's a
out-
religious
while
part of
previous
this
reporting
first
came
responding
out-
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the
buried the
victims deserve
bodies.
justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these
Justice.
victims deserve justice?
This
Why
is
did
so
Israel
stupid. Can we please
refuse
move on?
an outside investigative committee?
How do you
to
explain these
actually,
4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
How do you explain
the
these
United
4
Nations
accusers?
or a third party?
How do you explain
will come
these
in
4
and
accusers?
conduct an investigation?
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of them
after those
lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
can't
impasse
speak
here.
out.
I mean, listen,
cannot-
Hasan, we're at an
I cannot
impasse. Can we move on?
disprove something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm
Because
speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a
something that came
propagandist
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God.
This is
I'm
very
just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we
So
move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's
evidence,
take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a firsthand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's it's just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
While
implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there
what?
is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just
I know you do.
Let's see here. I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, want to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike metric is not correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
in the video.
clip.
Guys, how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm talking about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show...
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
did you think that? How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, I said the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
Both AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel like
the
you
West
go
Bank
into
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like
amidst
different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that...
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
his Oscar award,
all I said was my lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay, and also is an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close
so
enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean,
it would be exactly like someone saying, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory.
I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on? By your own
you did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel
can I
and
respond?
no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people.
Very good.
I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know.
You're righteous and I'm evil. I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately. We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment. Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay, so does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm giving you
Zionist.
Another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month.
You're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. And that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas. Failure.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than the 7th floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital
with Hamas spending the totality?
That a bomb shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation
from the
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason
time
why people
and time
believe
again.
that is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That makes
and your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve
say
you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call
one
them terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence?
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is intentionally vague and it's
can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
you're
thinking
right.
about it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Allah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking.
You're
exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
All right,
so what is
Hasan,
the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force? They
participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is as false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You're
minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
You said I'm lying.
You said I don't. You were talking to a normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be precise.
You made up I like what you like. Ethan, I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds
Ethan.
like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said, you liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment
who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hassan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism
answer the question.
is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay, there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception was a noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm Zionist. But it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason,
nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me just talk. This is you say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning. Basically, I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's
also, what do you think? Like you. First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there's a difference between
that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
They love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like
leading a harassment campaign. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on. Dan is in
the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stun lock me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay. I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as
rest of the
capos?
movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews
Here's what
that
you
are
said.
not representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically,
Jews
yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call them
problem with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he
Here's
starts
the
talking
difference.
about me,
Here's the
he's your
difference,
best friend.
Ethan.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
And all of a
always
sudden,
say?
you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you
and
love
I've
his
maintained
videos
this
suddenly?
position- I've
Before
maintained
you
this
pledged never to
position-
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
Initially,
insane, pathetic,
No,
bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally
I have.
told. Oh
I
my
have.
god,
I
dude.
have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
And all these other
No, let's watch this. You asked for
We'll
it.
get to that.
Actually,
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
Oh my
he would
God!
ever
Wait,
ask
I sent
for.
you a
and
clip.
all these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that one?
creators actually,
watch.
whipping their communities when
Whipping their
their chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
So
pro-Palestine.
You have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. Where do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's
What?
hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going.
No,
No.
why? It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your clips.
Spare
Keep
the
going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing. Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You
Go
talk
to the
kindly
middle.
about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think I'm
absolutely
not
are
trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling
no.
about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
Whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
gonna watch a bad end.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to
just said
shut
I wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
phone.
claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching Bad Empanada.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid.
Such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my Lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying... Your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed
is ridiculous. He is not just
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet.
Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes,
like,
you're.
Has he?
By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube. Okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those is that part of his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does Bad it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
Have no idea.
Maybe one.
I've watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
About me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and over again.
It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the no.
It's the same moment.
No. This has same moments. The last one does not.
The same moment multiplied.
No, this one does not have this.
Photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months?
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
Story
From what period?
posts
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channels.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including clips.
What year?
You have mentioned
what year?
Me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Son,
it's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a... somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking tweet. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you say
called me stupid, and I said my video is bad.
You're streaming it, bro.
Wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is on your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Who's extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
go on.
Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to Snark that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
When is this where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck?
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
Until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About this
great.
instance,
it's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you're lying. You are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you have
the process
to stop.
of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me, what does it mean, bro?
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they got him on a copyright
claim? Do you have a
claim?
conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they illegal,
Stealing
erroneously.
views from you how? By
I'm
posting,
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting it on Reddit.
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know
criticize.
how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait,
paywall. They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan."
Now.
Okay,
Spare
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this: whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
ducking you. I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro.
as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
it's
know
not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting?
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hasan.
right
It's not
now,
about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
very
fuck?
Poorly. By the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging
I'll tell
as
you why.
fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There is a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at 600,000 views. Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't watch
in his
the video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity?
So
to
where'd
see
you
the
get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the video
answer all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
would
You're
I
like,
get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me a
Can I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I don't want to
Ethan?
get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan,
he was making a good point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you try to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay,
Who cannot?
So
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible
why
and
did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about the content
information that
nuke,
I actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context?
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we
was
going
me
over this again, dude?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
I want
Do
to
you
talk about
feel like that
something
was an
else.
appropriate way to show
It
that I was
wasn't
a
out of
rape denier?
context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed.
Do you feel like? Wait, what do you mean? You can't just say that wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, "Why don't you deny that rapes have happened?" And I was saying there is a likelihood
about all the other ones?
that they might have happened
What
because
about all the
rapes
other
are
ones?
actually.
What
Rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts
clips?
in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these
What? Okay,
claims.
so here.
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
That's
so-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that
small.
was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right. Let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to...
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept. You falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to...
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred. Inbred.
Happy birthday from Hasan. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. I mean, of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanis Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan.
Clip again.
When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on people.
They're fucking Nazis.
That doesn't make it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What? What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry bully claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them.
Nazis.
I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza,
all the clips?
And then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
They look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people
I literally
won't see
took
that
it back immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because I went because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No, it's not that you cared. It's that you fucking glazed them up. I'm going to say this very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this? Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
bravo.
Not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was they kidnapped
BDS
5
dude? What do you think
totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a year.
In your fucking video, are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
take
part
what
too?
Back? I didn't hear you.
Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli guy.
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It's an Israeli conglomerate.
It's owned by a British company.
Ship.
So it's owned by a British company.
You literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing... their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
I
remember.
I
said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
It's just you couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence? Yes.
How is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. Okay. But if it was,
people can look into it.
It wasn't. Even if it.
Why did they didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You know what's
You're defending them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as of this conversation taking place.
You've done it many times during this conversation.
Literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
If justice is served.
Do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way, but even then.
You won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even, he didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
okay, that's the point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context puke.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You go.
Ethan,
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please
you
explain to me
what
how
you
it's
would
justifiable
do,
to
Ethan.
kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
the Filipino guys?
The people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that
What
you
did those
call a
sailors have to do with
genocide
that?
are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Kidnapping
you have
innocents.
No alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not
You call
true.
it
I say just
genocide,
don't
they're
kidnap
supposed to
innocent
sit
people.
around. Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around.
have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
It turned out that actually,
give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis
Literally
have
the poorest
slaves.
country on the
That's
planet.
not even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery, according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when Saudi
understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
just
about?
Acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
they don't have shit.
They don't have
slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's that
famine
blockade, by the way, helping the country?
Saudi Arabia.
How is
and
the blockade
UAE?
helping the famine in Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah. Clearly,
their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters? How they came to power?
Because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context cue were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "Curse the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea"?
You
Palestine
agree with
will
kidnapping
be free?
civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the "Curse the Jews" and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts.
How is that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about... Here, listen.
You use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed... I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
No, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is
what
a
are they
direct
doing for
material.
peace?
The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay. Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a
it's
point
irrelevant,
that you have to admit
and you
wrong.
just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
These are the Houthis. You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF is
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch the evidence.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker.
Terrorist.
In the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Bel Air like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure the Yemenis.
The fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're
fucking
doing
world,
it on behest
when they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them? Yeah.
And took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why wouldn't
famous
it be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if
Israel
Anne
isn't
Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway?
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they
Saudis.
have known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the
Because they're
Jews?
directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
what
I thought,
are you talking
you
about?
see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No.
Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this because you've been
You
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video. Okay. He says, ready for maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Okay. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. Why did he say yes to are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank, by the way,
if Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen.
You really like to do that.
19 fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? That wasn't even correct. You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me? Just insane.
Here's some clips.
But hold on. Besides being wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot by a fucking propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the
Feeling
Jews,
like a
guys.
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
The problem is,
he believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
Is that what you're saying?
No, he said Jews. He in the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
and that's the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person,
I
Ethan.
watched it. That's not what he said, though.
He has no reason
He said
to
if they
lie.
support Palestine, then I like them.
He could be dead
didn't.
by
You're
now.
lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what
Go
I
ahead.
said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did
love.
he say? Hold on
he
a
said
second. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you assume I would.
He literally said that on social media
or you
continually.
want me to be. Because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
Plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear but Jews,
like.
he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
he's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, is this, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It
doesn't.
It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you. And then their lawyers might demand erroneous,
which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr. Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get.
Of course,
your
I care about my monetization status.
Sue them. And make demands about how they have to
fair use,
release information about their
all right.
About their allegiance.
Let me play this for a minute and then we'll move on.
All right, play.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي لليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going.
Man,
no, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why? Was it... Sorry, hold on. We're having...
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO, before Hassan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said they're
no,
cool.
You asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think?
Jews.
What was the
about?
hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
It was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
They look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get
dipshit?
back to the IDF.
Hold on, you accuse
said
me of
the
being
IDF
racist. Are you talking about this guy?
Terrorist organization.
Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them, and
targets?
it's fucking insane.
In the process,
yeah, it's horrible.
in the process
was
of
my
their
wife out there
pogroms that
protecting?
they're doing.
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record,
She
until
was
a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do
She was
the
out there
Raider of Ramallah
doing night
snark
raids.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on.
think-
Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years
described
old, bro.
the
She's a
process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home. And your wife
Can they not
went
commit
on
crimes?
a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your
terror
wife
city.
a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your
She's
wife
not
is
a West
terrorist,
Bank
Ethan?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the
Bad
West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because there's
target?
inconsistencies
Do you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact.
How great.
I don't. Okay.
Right. Can we please move on to this the
Let me-
Nakba
no,
thing?
listen to me.
Hasan,
Listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know
say
who
you
was
hate the
kidnapped and
West
for
Bank.
what reason.
You
We don't
say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he
so
fucking
it was
stabbed
justifiable.
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow
They're
up
placed
civilians?
they're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
They
would
are
warrant them being
not-
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything
The
about this
Palestinians that
person
are
or this
kidnapped
raid.
Are in Ramallah, in
Okay.
Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know
That's
people
not
that
how
have
it's
also
known, but
served
okay.
in the
That's what
Israeli
you call it.
Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
By the way, her name
silence,
is Hila.
for
I don't know if you
example,
keep doing
in
your
terms
wife.
of my
Why do you do
coverage.
that? Why do you keep referring
What?
to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever. Who
Well,
cares?
it just
stop-
belies
stop
some really
hyper-focusing
bizarre
on random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
hyper-focusing on
It
random
says a lot.
shit. Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my
please.
words.
This is so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who
mandate.
is
Hold
supposed
on.
to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the
Do
phone.
you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem
What'd
with how
she
she
say now that's
reflects
wrong?
on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those are
listen.
real
You
human
can talk
beings
to you
that
can
are
talk
getting
to her.
kidnapped.
Debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a
podcast.
question. Hassan,
She's
please,
talked on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
she
to
was
let me
bored. She had
talk.
a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription.
and
It was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does
her.
not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, it's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored in Ramallah?
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a vicious terrorist monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
How fucked up that is. As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD
know why? Because I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. She is illegally there.
Okay.
She is not supposed to be there. It does not matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
And as a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
okay,
is
she's
called
a terrorist,
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
the reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in these night raids in the West Bank.
You're making this unwatchable.
Is to create a constant feeling of terror.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay. You got to understand
the reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
Participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay. Thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why
you got to move on.
The reason why I know that. Do you want to know why I know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm take that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
This is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against this goddamn government doing this shit every day.
Hold on. Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying...
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What does she
says
say?
The Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's a fucking terrorist who says he wants to kill Jews.
Also doesn't see
that you said like Anne Frank.
That's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro! Please, I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. There was more. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it. Okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
to 1948 countries
just to give the whole context.
Expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you. Okay. So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them, and
no. This isn't a comparison
by massacring them.
What was
and
the
then,
fucking hell,
and then
bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of
tell the
answering
tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
you're not
answer it. What are we
answering
doing?
it. You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about
sit the fuck
the
down
historical
and listen to the
fact
history
of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people?
How is it not?
Leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
how
deals
many left
with
voluntarily?
either Israel or France.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Here, Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God!
Is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shleim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being failed
on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
Arrive at that conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
right
the
as
bombs
Israel
went
was
off,
being established.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes.
Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the
great.
idea
So
of
let me hear what
going to
Avi. Okay, so
Israel. You like Israel.
Yeah, you're
What
a
do you
liar.
mean?
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being
They had a place to
threatened.
go,
Let's
and they
hear what
wanted to
your
go there.
respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
Even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
Zionist out of your mind
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot.
Actually fucking
you are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hasan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
you
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses. They had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi
one...
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
yes,
comprehending
you are.
my point.
They left.
I've never justified
because
that.
Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially
I have
wrong. You're a liar.
Recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
And their pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
nations. You want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
in
you don't
Egypt.
know, you got fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain
Hasan,
to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're
plenty.
supposed to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you could do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
it's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with
return?
that. They were forced to go there by the Arab
one
countries.
Of these countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own.
It's time to listen, son.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying the Nakba.
Packaging them together.
No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
Racist, don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not justifying that at all.
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that
why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave? I
don't think you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war,
my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven
wait,
liar.
Do you think that Jews,
and I feel
I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar
the amount
that you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
none of
an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews.
That's my point.
Injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct violence.
When
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Hold on.
This,
are you blaming the Jews for getting?
Are
you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them?
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries.
No, I'm not.
Versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and their reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So
of
making
course
this
not. That's why it's anti-Semitic.
Why
it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally
Ethan,
what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence...
That's not Palestine. They're not... They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an example.
What is wrong about that?
Half of these countries
what
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing
what I
to in
just
the
said?
time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hasan,
controlled
please, you gotta
by
fucking
English
answer a question.
And French. By the English and French colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish... The Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as a
equally dispelled, or Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct result
that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a
by the way, did you say
necessary voluntary migration?
By the way, did you? Because oh my God, bro, did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli, anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed. Many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts. literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba
from separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Failure
Do you not understand?
To acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism
as long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000.
It's so interesting.
50,000 were relocated in Tunisia. 130,000
as a matter of fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
quote, what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking piece of information?
Dude,
so the
Avi
PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the one who didn't want that to happen.
You deny the flight of Middle Eastern Jews.
Case, Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight, Ethan.
You absolutely deny the trauma.
You are attributing.
No, you deny that they left by. You've tried to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
No, there are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
that is
some
true.
did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6-day war aftermath.
Have you ever actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God! You have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here so you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation or what I come across as dismissive is
precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
Because it was a mutually beneficial relationship.
Minuscule.
That anti-Semitic pogroms.
Minuscule. What you
place.
fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you
Morocco
deny what I just said?
Wait, say
Do
it again.
you
I wasn't
deny
listening.
what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can...
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire point.
Historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient, he left because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism?
There's absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
It's historical racism. All Arabs
are not
racist. Responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
How do you know that it's not real? Shifting the blame over to the entirety of Arabs. It absolutely
was the blame of the Arabs.
At a time when every single one of these Arab countries with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism, half of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program. And you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Oh,
really?
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also...
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews...
Did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not
Zionism
they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave because of
anti-Semitism? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them.
And by the way, they're both. Talking about. You made that comparison to say to make it seem as though it was a much larger
because
crime
people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay,
they
how? Tell me how.
Can.
How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America fucking invaded and destroyed Iraq. But yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
And by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews, and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba. I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish play.
And you brought really that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So what? Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that comparison is disgusting.
There was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. Unlike you, acknowledge both
lives
groups.
Mattering the Nakba,
I acknowledge
Ethan.
both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948 pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948 and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, fuck no, we don't want this country here. And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you denied.
You also failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish
I don't know. I think
people?
It's 0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go?
Why would Iraqi
if it was
Jews
so fucking great for them?
Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews. Almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region, with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people.
You don't want to blame the Arabs.
But this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking...
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because...
I asked you Who was responsible for the Holocaust?
Why would I answer
Which
such a
nation?
stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if
Wait,
you...
what is happening? Dude, when you already... Okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
Yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
I'm fabulous, bitch.
Put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but
UK?
You say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Will you talk to him?
And
Will you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree with me. I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right. Perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No,
I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lied. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of watching your fucking YouTube video. You watch 11 hate videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward? You made the hate videos, dumbass! Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking on at least 7 of the points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can
if you want to watch it,
continue this conversation later.
Listen, if you want to watch it,
I'll hold your hand through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me, you fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you. Because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Empanada's video about you? You watched all of it.
You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
That you didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal
We've talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you don't even believe your own mania.
Hasan,
please, for the love of God.
Hasan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why.
And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a bad empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He
my
sucks.
fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
And the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
That took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Oh, you mean kidnapping civilians?
No
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not
understand? Why didn't you watch the bad empanada video?
That you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil.
Just remember, everybody watching,
when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism of the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
Because they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a
you didn't endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say
lying
who
to your audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never
Who'd
been
you
a
vote
moment
for?
where I said do
Who
not
did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's what I said. It's an opinion.
Oh, you think. Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
Voted for her.
And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true,
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance? Okay? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit.
Did you watch my interview with him? You
like
fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending
you were just on
Asmongold
Steiny's podcast, you
Asmongold
hypocrite.
is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny. You're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this is all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut
shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Palestine,
oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hasan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
A 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment.
Did I button?
Is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to explain to you what was going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
Private, Ethan.
Why did you lower his status?
Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes.
You ignore
Nelson
it.
Mandela.
It's so important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're
it?
going to say the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to
Hasan, how many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the numbers are larger, and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones,
You're just bringing random shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like because
no,
the
didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
Of having his sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
on principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
on
violence,
principle, he said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the first
said
time.
no.
And in both
times he refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. They never, anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No, there was like, bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable, mind you, and 400 being military
I was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made
idiot.
a big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I
was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence.
Yeah.
Because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is
Zionist?
far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's ask
that
someone
is
that
not
lived
my
through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to fucking
Mandela
see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? Hasan, you're a liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said more
that you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip, champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait,
No,
what are you talking about? What?
This
Whoa,
has
you're
ever
jumping off like a
doubted
million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that. No,
and Israeli
no,
borders are two
Ethan,
sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What'd he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip, chimp,
Because
that
it's
you
irrelevant.
posted, Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
because
I
it doesn't
did. He's
suit
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking
Yes, you just
philosophically.
did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
Oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done
No,
any
I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave
and
you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making, the guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
ready for rebellion,
Sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage
Who
and give
do you
government
think that was a warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that
Israel?
you are
because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time
All right,
again
we gotta-
also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you
Palestine to
think
be
it suits your
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid.
Well, no,
and the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
Why
to.
are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are
the
they making
Israeli
it worse?
government. I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come
making
to
it
terms with the cruel reality.
Hamas, walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
and what
draw
part about
out
that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Concessions. Ethan,
Their
I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with
civilians.
the tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just
after
saying, Hamas is
17
a bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say
point
that
I
he was
was
actually a peaceful resistance
When
type
did
of
I say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed
Lie.
to you said that on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan?
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean,
You're going to do great.
said he was a
You're going to do
pacifist.
great. Yeah, go ahead
Ethan,
and
you
grab
literally
those.
said he was a pacifist. To
I
Sam
literally
Skeeter.
never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
That
you
is an
said it to a-
insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have
Ethan,
no problem
you said
discrediting
on numerous
the suffering of
occasions
Jewish
that Nelson
refugees.
Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When did
Gaza
I
in
call him a
1999 that I was
pacifist?
referring
That's
to.
so insane.
Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His
Do you think
approach
Nelson Mandela
is
would fuck
vastly
with the
different than
Houthis?
what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means
Do
of
I think
resistance,
Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right.
he would.
Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth,
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in
didn't
prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing a genocide because
historical
Palestinians
fact.
are not resisting
Less
in
than
the
100
appropriate ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I am
also,
so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well, I
That's
mean,
better.
It's seemingly important.
That's
You're the one
better.
who's bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now,
Okay.
but even before its ethnic cleansing
Well, then
campaign.
don't
of creating
compare
Bantustans,
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because
compare-
Israel has
All right.
killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do
I'm
so.
sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you
I'm
know why I
not.
said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just Throw up a guess.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this, okay? You
Oh, you
can
don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this.
you cannot.
Okay.
You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I
as a
know. They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah. And when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that. And
okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want to drum up her
These were my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
they
Bad
are what makes
Empanada
the
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos a lot.
Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan,
all right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You promote
YouTube
him all the
video
time. That's a
essays
fact.
that I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop being
his
a coward and
techniques or
watch
methods
some
or
fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk
maybe
about it.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke live, as a matter of fact,
please
not
do.
in a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument.
Just watch
I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, I
don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
You fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity.